Hello, everyone, and welcome to Deep End Dev, I believe episode 8. Yeah, I think. My name is Matthew. I don't know what I'm doing, and neither do you, so let's do it together. Let's go ahead and open up our project and dive back in. And let's get this lighting going. There we go. All right. Wednesdays and Fridays are a bit hectic for me in the morning getting going because I've switched my plasma donation over to 8:10 in the morning so I can get that out of the way and done before starting this. So when we left off last time, we were having an issue with, if we just go into the selected viewport here, we'll just test. And if we do just our solo self, we've done quite a bit. We've come a long way since we began. We've got our little lobby here. We can give ourselves game master permissions so that we can spawn our tokens and such. Oh yeah, I forgot. Seamless travel is not supported in single process play in editor. That's why I have it as standalone game. So if we grab our color, we're Cisco, and we have game master permissions, and we start. All right, now we're in. What we have done, we took away the interpolation movement because it was causing some issues. It's kind of funny. This, because I think these are dynamically spawned in, they're not baked or something, so the way that they're being rendered is interesting. We'll investigate that later. Not only we added a little delete function so that we can delete our tokens, but also we're working on this permissions list so that we can give and take permissions from other players who aren't game masters. So if they have a token, we need to be able to tell them, yes, you're able to control these things and move them around. But we had a problem. The list of all of the other players that we were trying to access is in the game mode class. Connected players. The game mode only exists on the server. And we have a player controller, which is server and client, so we were trying to pass through that. But we were getting some errors, and I went and I looked at the networking compendium that is out there for Unreal Engine 4, put together by I don't think Epic themselves, but I think it's been around since 2017 or so, and it's pretty good. So we need some other classes. The player controller doesn't know of other player controllers. Actually, let me find that diagram. Let me just pull it up. So here's our compendium. Yeah, Cedric Neukirchen? Neukirchen? Kirchen? I don't know. Then we scroll down. Here we go. This is what's important, what we need to know. So we've got our server and the game mode's on that. And the game mode knows about our player controllers out there, which we have. The player controller is client and server, so it exists in both. However, you see how they're disconnected? They don't. This player controller doesn't know about this player controller, apparently. I mean, they're overlapping here. I don't know. But owning client, not clients. This is what we're. This I think. Here we go. Yeah, the client 1 and client 2 don't know about each other. However, they do know on their player controller. We have these things called the player states. The pawn exists for everybody, so we could store stuff in there. But the player state and the game state. So there's one game state that everybody is attaching to. And the game state and the game mode do a lot of similar stuff. But server and clients. The game state is also client side, so the clients have access to the game state. So you usually put your rules in game mode. Game state can be in player state. These are, if we scroll down, there's some ideas. You know, game mode is like, what's the score to win? Game state is would keep track of the current amount of kills a player or team would have. So the game state knows what's going on right now. The game mode is like your overarching rules. So I think we need to introduce some player states in the game state and then use that as a way for us to access permissions and lists of connected players on the client side. So I'm going to spend today, I think, working on that. So let's move our compendium away. So what are we doing in our player controller that would make more sense in a state, in the player state? Player controller is for our brain. This is the controlling of the pawn. It shouldn't be, yeah, connected players info. I think we added that when we were trying to create this update player info from the server. This shouldn't be in the player controller. This should be in the player state. The player state or the game state, honestly, and everybody attaches or goes and taps the game state. So let's make the game state. Let's do that first. So there's a game mode base, game state base. That's what we want. BG game state base. Just want to check, make sure we're following naming conventions. Yes, we've got game mode base. Let's make game state base. There we go. All right, and our game state. Let's give our game state the replicated, right? Is there one game state? Do we need to... Yeah, server client. Everybody's got access to a game state, so let's make this replicated. Which means we will need ABG game. Well, no. Game state base. We want this constructor potentially, and we want lifetime. Where is it? Get lifetime replicated props. So toss this over here. Super get lifetime. Okay. We got this replicated U property. It is edit anywhere and blueprint read write. Category BG game state base config. And this is our player info. It's going to be a T array of our player info. And this array will be called, this is our connected players info. Do we want to do that, or yeah, let's do that, because I believe the game state has some variables that we're going to be able to get, such as, yeah, these are functions. Has begun play, has match started, has match ended. Get server world time seconds. There's that replication. If we go higher. Oh, no, there is no higher. Ah, here it is, player array. The game state it's an array of all player states. Transient, cool. I need to learn more about that. This is maintained on both server and clients. It's always relevant. We will be able to tap this now to get all the player states, and this is where we need to define and give our player states per player unique data. So our connected players info on our game state, we may not end up using, but I'm going to give it anyway. We'll go ahead and make this. Make a blueprint class off it, our game state. This is our BP gameplay game state base. And here we are. And there is our connected players info. So for our game mode defaults, we want to be using our game state base now. Okay, fine, you can close. Crash if you want to. We forgot actually to add this over here. Do rep lifetime ABG game state base. This is going to yell at us because we need our include, and it is our connected players info. Let's go ahead and compile that so that that is a replicated. Okay. open. Let's make sure our game mode, yep, we want that still. Okay. Open full. Connected players info, and if we get it, our connected players info, it should show it is replicated. Cool. Okay, so there's our game state. And we could give it its own interface as well. Get gameplay game state reference. And then we go ahead and give it this interface, and we pass ourselves out. So now we can get the correct one anytime we need it. Now let's make our player state class. Okay, now that we've got that in there, so I think we need to rethink our player controller has permissions. We don't want to be checking a player controller, we want to check a player state. Right? And the player info, I think, needs to be put into the player state as well. So let's go ahead and open up our context menu and our context menu player button, and preemptively so let's look. We're going into our player controller and getting that connected players info and passing that into our context menu here. The token, I think, should store a reference, an array of references of not player controllers for who has permissions. But rather player states. Yeah, I think player state would make the most sense. So let's go to our token and fix some of this stuff. So this is no longer going to be, this will be ABG player state. ABG player state. ABG player state. And we will be, this is player, we'll just call this player permissions now. And we'll call this player has permissions. We need to fix stuff over here. Player permissions is replicated on the token. Player has permissions, wants ABG player state const pointer. Player state auto player in player permissions. If the player is equal to there. That feels better. It's getting a little too ambiguous there. So if it is equal to a player state, okay. So that's that. I think our player state needs to have the player info. So let's do that. Protected FBG player, or yeah, player info. Player info. Let's just take the same header, except this will be player state. We'll do a in public. We'll do a FBG player info get player info const return player info. Whoops. So that's a getter for that in there. This is replicated, so let's do our get lifetime replicated props. Super get lifetime replicated props. Do rep lifetime ABG player state player info. Okay. Let's save all this and close, and then we'll do that. Reopen. Does a player state, is it automatically just replicating? That's what I want to know. Do we need to be doing that kind of stuff? So if we make a blueprint class off of our player state, BP player state, in our game mode, we need to set that as our player state. We got broken things in there that we will fix, don't worry. Yeah, a player state replicates by default. So here's our, now, yeah, our player state now has our player info. So, this player controller get, yep, get the player state. So that's what we're gonna do. So we need a new, let's give our player state also an interface. And if somebody knows why you shouldn't do interfaces like that, like this, to get your... if somebody knows why you should cast instead, maybe it's safer. You get a failed to cast and you can do a debug. I don't know. In this, it probably just fails. Access violation, maybe? I don't know. We might go through and just strip these out someday. Because it's starting to feel a little lazy. I don't know. So our player controller now, get player state. State message. We will be set player info. So we're receiving the player info from the previous the old player controller, and putting it into our player state. That's where that will go. We're going to get rid of that for now, and that will fix those things. Okay. Needs repair. Okay, let's go back to it. So that's that. Our player controller is broken right here. Break that out because we know this needs repair. So we see them. Okay. Compile, everything's compiling just fine. It's all happy. Let's go to our token. There are our player permissions. Okay. What we are going to do, we are no longer using the player info in the player controller. We're going to stop that. We're going to get player state. Get player state. You know what? Yeah, I'm just not liking that the more that I do it. I kind of want to go through and do that. It's safer. And then put debug strings. I'm going to put the function name. Toggle token permissions for player failed to cast to BP gameplay. Right. It's going to be get a token. And what we want to get actually is we don't want to do this. We'll come back to this. We'll just stop for now. I'm just going to go through and fix these calls that I no longer like doing. And there's probably a reason you see Unreal doing this and in their own stuff and not doing what that other thing was. So if this fails, better. This is just better programming too, putting these prints in. It does take up more space, but if it goes wrong, you have the debug printout that tells us what went wrong, and we don't have to keep hunting. Alright, yeah, I just keep going right down the line, so I have to do this 3 more times, it looks like. So, boop. Yep. 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 That. This is our toggle lock token in place. Toggle token permissions. this one is destroy token. Okay, there's all those. That's better. Okay. Much better. That feels nicer to me. Let's go ahead and just browse through where we might need to do this. Okay, whoop. No, I don't want to exit OBS. Doing anything in the tile? Don't think so. It just is at the moment. Probably quite a bit in our menus. Yep. And actually, might as well do this while we're at it. Since we are migrating away from the info being in the player controller, we want to get player info from here and then break that. This is on construct. I should have been doing this before. Game Master HUD, WBP Game Master HUD, construct, failed to cast to. I could make a macro that would format these strings, and I would just pass in like the name of the object and the function. Okay. There's that. That's better. Good there. Good there. Do anything else? All right, so that's good. Let's check our player HUD. Doing the same thing. Yep. And similarly, we need to get our player info from the player state. So this will cast to our gameplay player controller first. And then we'll get our player state. Cast that to our player state. And then we'll get our player info. And continue. Fail string WVP player HUD in the construct failed to cast to VP gameplay player controller. String VP player state. Okay, so there's that. Let's check token thumbnail. Yep. Let's get cast to gameplay player controller. We print a string in WVP token thumbnail. What are we on? Event on drag canceled. Event on drag canceled. Failed to cast VP gameplay control. That's good. Mouse button down, we're fine. Drag dropped, we're fine. Okay, so that's done. Check the pause menu now. We don't do anything here. Context menu. Here we go. Stuff. Cast to gameplay player controller. Get game state. Who has access to the game state? Get game mode. Get game state. Get player state. Game state? No. How do you get the game state? We're in client. Client doesn't know anything about this, so we're only going to be able to get our owning player controller. We're going to get our game, our player state, which is client side, right? Everybody can access the game state, right? There it is. Get game state, cast to our VP game state. We're going to get rid of that. So in our game state, we should be able to get player array. There it is. And these are all the player states of everyone connected. So for each I'm going to do that. We're going to cast to our BP player state for each of these. Our context menu here, we don't want to do that. We're going to get rid of our player controller. We'll refresh that. What we want to do is receive a player state instead of player info, I believe. How about BG player state? So our higher one. And then refresh. We want to pass that in there. So we can get rid of that, and instead get our player state when we construct pass or get player info, and then do that. And we can run update button color because now we can do a player has permissions on the player state we passed in, and then return the value and do that again. So that should work. This toggle per token permissions server takes in a token and a player ID. Instead of player ID, we're going to do player state. This will also be the player state, e.g. player state. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're going to do we're coming from here. Rid of that. Player state goes in instead. We're doing a cast to BP player controller now. Printing a string in WBP context menu player button on clicked player button. Failed to cast to BP gameplay player controller. Right, we come in here, player state. There. This compile. Okay, so now we're happy. But here, okay, so we're going to check player has permissions. Player state comes in. Depending on the value coming out, we do that. We don't need to do that anymore. The token we're going to get player permissions. We're going to find and remove. Otherwise, we're going to add unique. So, checks for player state in tokens permissions array, and either removes or adds the player state to the array. adds the player state from or to the array. That should work. That should work. So this is good. We are not using the ID anymore. We can get rid of that. Just refresh that. Okay, so incoming player state, we're going to check is equal. Yeah, we can do that. If it is equal to, we want to get the owning player, cast get player state, and then cast to BP player state. We're going to make this check each time. And we want to make sure that it is not. So this needs to actually be not equal. Don't add self to context menu. This is context menu self. Not adding or skipping self in context menu populating. Skipping self while populating context menu player buttons. And when completed, we'll go back to that. Okay. This needs a print. We are in the WPP context menu. On clicked control button. Failed to cast to BP gameplay game state base. Cast to gameplay player controller. String context menu on clicked reset button failed cast to BP gameplay player controller. This is the on clicked delete button. Same thing here. And this is the lock unlock button. Lock unlock button. Same thing here. I'm feeling better with going to a proper cast from our interfaces. It just felt like we were doing a, I don't know, half-assing it, you know? This feels better. this is our construct. What does it do? Checks tokens, locked state, and modifies button color and text. Okay, all right. Feels good, feels good. I'm happy. I didn't really, let's just do this in our, this is in our VP gameplay player controller. I'm going to copy, modify, copy, modify, copy, change that. Clarity is good. We will know exactly where these things are now going wrong should they fire off. Good. This needs to be fixed. Whoa. That's what Control B does, apparently. Do not have permission to move token. We can get... Okay. Let's go ahead and fix this. So we're coming in and we're getting our token. And if we got the token, we want to check. Hold on. Where's our begin play? Do we have a begin play? Maybe on the event graph we'll make a begin play. I would like to get our player state cast to BP player state. And I want this as a variable. This is our player state. Actually, this is our BP player state. There. Get and cast our player state to the BP player state. Save a reference. Check. We're going to permissions. I want to rename this to check player permissions. We're going to get our player state, and if we have it, or get our player info, break, game master permissions. We then proceed. Whew, all right. Event tick controls drag and drop of tokens on board. We might fix this at some point. Make this like a purple since it's old. We're not using this code, but I'm going to keep it just in case we ever want to return to it. All right. Let's find out what happens if we launch with 2. What have we broken? I need more coffee. Post game test. Accept. Find a game. There we go. Cisco, you're red. Dax, you're blue. We're gonna make Dax the game master because that's what we're testing here. Cool. It didn't work because we are testing the wrong player info for the creation of our UI. We're not done yet. We're doing this. We're going to our setup client. Here we are. Then we need to get our player state, get player info. And that is what we're checking. Where else might we be using this? Data right here. Though, are we calling this anymore? I believe we are when we, yeah, right here. I don't think we need to call this. I'm going to take it out. And I'm going to disconnect that. Let's try this again. Nope. We're testing. Joining Cisco. Red. He's host, but I want to test client-side permissions. So Dax is the game master, not Cisco. We start. Failed to cast to BP player state. I missed where that happened. Player state, I think it probably happened at our... We need a print string here. BP gameplay player controller. Begin play. Failed to cast to BP player state. Let's watch that again. Player HUD failed to cast to the player state. Okay. Let's go find our player HUD and check what's going on. We're doing it right here. It might be because we don't have it yet. We're still doing old stuff right here. Hold on. Old PC, cast to BP lobby player controller. Cast failed, print string. This is in our BP gameplay, game mode base. This is on swap player controllers. Failed to cast to BP lobby player controller. We might not even need this anymore, our connected players. I don't think we're going to use it because our game state holds our connected player states, which are more important. So this needs to be cast to BP gameplay player controller. If it failed, print string, copy, paste, but this time gameplay player controller. This needs to cast to BP player state. Same print string. There we go. That's better. Aha. Same thing here. This is on logout. Failed to cast to BP player controller. Failed to cast to BP game instance. Okay. Cleaner. We go into setup UI. Okay, so let's watch for our errors again. Dax shouldn't have been trying to make a player HUD, now that I think about it. Cisco's hosting Cisco. Cisco's game. Dax. Dax is game master. What do we got here? Begin play failed to put. Okay. Failed to cast a player state. So we need to make sure. Let's open our default game mode. This game mode. Yep, we're good. We're good. We're good. Lobby. Let's just do the same player state on all of them. Okay. Maybe you don't change player states. I would think you would, if the game mode uses a different player state, it you do, you know. Player HUD, it's trying to, so it's not transferring, yeah, player name. See that? It's not getting. So when we go here on our player state, set the player info. And our player HUD. Player state's the most important class for a specific player. It's meant to hold current information, so player name, score, the ping, guild ID, etc. Ah, there's a copy properties event. Okay. We don't want to be doing this here on swap player controllers. We want to go to our player state, which we've given to all of our gameplays now. So this player state is actually universal, like our game instance and our save game. There is an event copy properties, and this is when we move more properties from old to new player state when traveling to a new level. So the new player state, get player info, or cast to that, and we want to print the string if it fails in our BP player state copy properties, failed to cast to BP player state. Hopefully that doesn't happen. We want to get our player info, get this one's set player info. Yeah. Hold on. The player state takes, so there is also an override with copy properties of your current player state to your new player state when traveling seamlessly. And then there's override properties of your current player state with your old player state when reconnecting. We don't have a reconnecting kind of situation yet. I think we'll need to, well, I think we'll just add it just in case. And stores server side. Maybe it knows the person joining is the previous one somehow. We're going to set, so our old player state, we get the player info, and we're going to set our player info from it. So that's how you move. That's how you move data. So we don't do this here. We're going to get rid of this. And we'll get rid of that. And we'll get rid of that. This is our new player. Whoop. We do want that. Cast to BP gameplay controller. And if it failed, we print that still, but we still need to do these things off our new player controller. So we do this. We're going to give him a little delay for connecting. Okay. Let's see how that all works. See, this is where the compendium and actually looking at the manual, it helps, believe it or not. Starting to do things correctly, I think, hopefully. No, it is not doing it. Oh, right, because in our lobby, we still have our player info and the player controller in the lobby. So we need to fix that. So let's get our lobby menu. So when we see these things, do this. This is the on-clicked leave lobby button. Failed to cast BP instance. It's to BP lobby game mode. Start ready button, failed to cast BP lobby game mode face. All right, there's that. Yep, we're doing it right here. So our player controller, our connected player right here, wants a player info. The owning player, so this is okay. Let's, however, cast instead. Cast to our lobby player controller. Do that. Where's our add player to player list? We need to fix this. We need to get so with our player controller, get player state cast to BP player state, or should we already have it? Get oh, right. Our lobby player controller doesn't have that. Get player state cast to BP player state. Come down here. This we need get player info. Get player info. And then we come down to this. Spaghetti. Lots and lots of spaghetti. Shrink that. Move this up. Okay. Print the lobby menu on clicked start ready button failed cast to BP player state. Here we go. This also, we need to do a player controller get player info. No, this is that. We need to get player state. We need to cast to BP player state. From here we get player info. Do that. Failed string on text committed name. Oh, WBP lobby menu on text committed player name entry failed to cast to BP player state. Okay. We need to find out where that's being called. Close, 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 close those, close that, that. Lobby player controller. Update server-side info right here. This is replicated, so I don't know if we have to do this, you know? We need to change that. WBP, or no, BP lobby player controller. What are we on? Update server side player info. Failed cast BP player state. Same thing here. We need to get cast to BP lobby game mode. String, copy, paste, but we failed to cast to BP lobby game mode base. See that we were saving ourselves supposedly all of this, but we need to be doing this. Assign selected color. So when things go wrong, we know why they go wrong. Okay. That. I think we're good there. Another one. Let's do our game instance. BP lobby player controller. Load player info. I'm not using this, but we need to do this. Failed cast instance. Here it's setting. We need to get our cast to BP player state. Set player info. We could just delete it and recompile and then deal with all the errors when it says we've lost our player info. But this, okay. Okay. All right. Color select. Let's check in here. Cast to BP lobby player controller. Color select window Color buttons on clicked any button, color button failed to cast to BP lobby player controller. Game instance. Stomach's growling. Okay, we fixed that. That looks good to me. I don't remember where we call this. Are we calling it internally? No. Our player button. Get cast to BP lobby game mode. String BP settings player button on clicked player button failed to cast to BP lobby game mode base. Looks good to me. In here, settings window. Looks fine. Connect to player. Looks fine. Save all of that. Our main menu, what are we doing here? String. Main menu. Construct. Instance. Okay. Host game menu. Same thing. Looks good. Failed to cast BP game instance. We are going to be pros at that by the time we are done. Though I think we've done it. Maybe. I don't think we did anything in here. In our menu. I think we just made them and they're blank. Yeah. I think we are no longer using those interfaces. Still using it, huh? Aha. Long name. Failed to cast the base. Right here. We got another one. Player controller is that, so we need to get our player state. No. Get player state. Need to cast to. Hello, Safine. Thanks for joining us. How's it going? Get info. Pass that there. We come down here. Get string lobby menu. What are we in? We're in the get ready start button enabled state function. Failed to cast state. Okay. That we're apparently still using somewhere here. We are. Cast lobby player controller. String lobby game mode base in our update all connected player lobby widgets function. Update all connected players lobby widgets. Failed to cast BP lobby player controller. We're doing it right there too. String BP lobby game mode base on our start loading event. Start loading failed to cast BP lobby player controller. And right here, cast to BP game instance. We're in the game mode base. Yeah, okay, I've been writing that. Good. Launch game failed to cast BP game instance. doing it here too. Set player permissions comes in on all connected players. Get cast to lobby player controller. Whoops. We actually need to then not do that either. We need to get our player state and then cast that to a BP player state. And then we get our player info. That's what we will be modifying. String. Cast to BP lobby player controller. State. Oops. Cast to BP game instance. Game mode base on our begin play. Failed cast instance. There we go. And we're now getting that from, yeah, okay, so we need to fix this. That's where we get our player info for our connected players info. This is where we call add connected player to player list. So that's fine, that comes in. And we're sending in info to here to create it. Okay. So I think, where are we doing this still? How and where? Check color availability? No. Network graph? Yep. Post login. Failed cast BP lobby player control. right. Here as well. This is on log out. Okay. Haha, cool. Save all. Save all. Cool. All right, we've cleared out all that. Let's find where we're doing it here still. Do that. Looks like we're good. Game state base. Let's get rid of it. Player controller. Let's get rid of it. Pawn. Yep. No, I don't want it. Get rid of it. Where are we potentially getting the pawn without casting? Right here. Get rid of it soon. PlayerState. Goodbye. Goodbye. Save. Save all. We're good. Let's play and find out what happens. Cool, we're still working. We're good. We're in. Information's passing back and forth still. Dax is going to be our game master. We start. We still have the same in the construct. This worked. Client did not. Okay. And the player HUD. So see if these ever get called. copy properties was called over here. And twice, it looks like. Let's see what's going on. You know what? We're figuring out how these things talk to each other and what is the relationship. This is a part of learning this network code. It is not easy. Failed to cast to BP state. Something is not, we are not getting access to this player info properly. The host is fine. Client is not getting access properly. So that's where we need to figure out. The client should have access to its player state. Okay, I want to see that again. I think it's failing at that moment of the setting up of the UI, I think is the issue. That's where it broke. Setup UI failed. Yep, okay. It's breaking here. Failing to cast. I'm going to go eat because I'm getting hungry, but this is where we'll return when I get back in 10, 15 minutes or so. So stick around. Okay, and we're back from a quick coffee refill and food sesh. My stomach should be no longer growling like crazy. We left off right here. We're having an issue with a failure to cast. Which is happening right here, setup UI client. So perhaps this, perhaps our player state, where's our player state? I'm thinking this doesn't occur until after we have finished swapping player controllers. So we need to not call these here. There are other events here. Let's see, on or the game state could do it too. Hey, Z positive. How's it going? Maybe the player state can call this stuff. Let's take it off of the let's take it out of here. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Keeping warm. So after we copy properties or override with, we're going to do this. We'll get controller. Can we get our controller? This is good to know. We can get those. So the player state isn't going to be able to do this. Okay, so never mind. So let's keep doing this, and let's put in a print string here so that we know we're going to call BP gameplay game mode base on swap player controllers trigger. So put that there. Whoop. Right. There we go. Okay, let's watch for what order these things are getting called so that we know why this isn't, why the order is wrong. There we go. Okay. So yes, it looks like I want to increase duration on that one. Bump that up to a solid 10 seconds, and then we'll bump this up to a solid 10 seconds as well. Ah, interesting. That resets our name. We'll have to look into that. Does it do it on client side as well? If I say DAX and go blue, it does. Interesting. We'll look at what's happening there. Swap controllers, copy properties. So yes, swap controllers, copy properties. That's the order. So the default is 2. So we need this to finish before we call to set up the UI. Okay. So we know that to be true. Where's our game state? Let's look into game state, what we can do here. Actually, we've got functions, right? I forgot to look in functions. I think, okay, on post login is what we're going to do. So it's received a player controller. This should theoretically go after this. The question is if this occurs after or before we've copied our player state. So let's find out. Mm-hmm. Interesting. All right, let's put some print strings in again and find out the order of what we're calling. Keep with our what we're doing. BP, gameplay, game mode, base, on swap player controllers, triggered. Same thing on post login, triggered. And over in player state, we'll bump this back to 5 seconds. Okay, let's watch. It seemed like it never got to the on post login. I wonder why. Are we still losing our name? We are. That might be worth investigating. Maybe something's not replicating right, or it's loading the wrong data from somewhere. Swap controllers, copy. No, we are never calling on post login because we've already logged in. We've already logged in. That's not what we want. Let's go check our, let's get our game state. This has some different stuff, I believe. We're in game state base, which has less functionality than the other one. This is a cleaner one. So this is getting triggered. This doesn't. So we need an event. I think I know what to do. We'll make an event dispatcher here called player. Let's see. Initialize player. And we will call it when either of these finish copying data. So when this is, so initialize player, and over in the event dispatcher, let's get rid of that, or here is where we will bind. So where's our begin play? Here's our begin play. I don't want to do that anymore. I'd like to just cast to it. Just want to do that. And we're going to do another print string here. BP gameplay player controller. Input action select failed cast BP player state. Okay, that feels cleaner. We can get rid of that. Begin play. Here we go. With this player state, I'm going to bind event to initialize player. And the event, we're going to create an event, and it will be our spawn. And we're going to also trigger our setup UI. So now this should trigger the necessary things, but only after we have completed our copy properties and our override, if either of those. So get the player state, cast, get the BP player state, and bind spawn and setup UI to trigger the initialize player event dispatcher in the player state. Okay, let's try that. Fix that next, I think. Huh. Oh, no, that just disappeared. What is... That's very interesting. It is not... It's not calling them. Call initialize player. Are these not getting bound? Perhaps that happens and then this happens. It's just like you gotta go down the hierarchy in the chain and find what order are these things getting called. If the begin play is happening at the right time, we'll just directly call our spawn and set up UI from it. But I thought, you know, it's in the wrong at the wrong time. But let's see. See, look at that. It's all out of order. So let's go ahead and get rid of that because that didn't work. Get rid of that. Let's move this for now. Let's just call, let's directly call spawn, whoops, and directly call setup UI from ourselves and find out what happens. Failed to cast again. Interesting. And we've got 3 here. Who's this third? I think that's the server. So we needed to... Skipping self. Cool. We go back. Nice. So we know that's working. Let's take it away. Okay, so that green thing is just not updating properly. So we don't have permission. So that's working, at least, we know. We've solved that issue. We just broke other things in the process. So that's pretty cool. We've at least accomplished what we're going for. So now let's figure out this timing of when things need to happen. So this is client side spawn. On possess. Setup UI. How about that? This, let's not replicate and find out what happens. Put this back on server. Test. Game Master HUD failed to cast. Okay. So we're getting, so the info is transferring. Something is up with how it's storing the player name, though. That might be related to why in the lobby it's also getting removed when we select a color. Let's go investigate the Game Master HUD issue. I think this, this orb over here that we both see, I think that's the server. And I think we need to so let's go ahead and this only runs on client. Let's go over to, let's look at this potential cast failure. This is where it's breaking down again. Our player state failed to cast to a BP player state from our BP gameplay controller. Why? Why is it why is it failing? Give me a red and stick around. Let's watch for that specific error. Nope, it's the game mode base that is what that yeah, okay. So this isn't the error. Put this back to defaults. It's failing right here. Why is it failing right there? If I were to get player state, can I call? No, you can't call those events, it looks like. Let's see in what order things are getting triggered. Make ourselves and Cisco game masters and see. Interesting. So we're okay. Client cannot. Because the client can't, right, can't get the game mode, right? Because this is going to return null. That's why. Okay. Why are we even getting game mode? What are we doing with it? Anybody know? We're not even doing anything with it. Yeah. I don't know why I have that there. Okay. There we go. Cisco loses his name still. Yep. And Dax joins, loses her name. We reset it. Settings, we give Dax. Color didn't work. Interesting. Interesting. All right, we give Dax the game master permission. We go in. It looks like we're solid. We're just we're spawning an extra pawn for the server, so we just need to solve that. Cool, Dax disappeared. Her shadow is still there. Okay, so that's working now. Our player name, let's investigate the lobby. Excuse me. When we assign a color, we go here. Selected color, previous color, get the game mode. We're on the server, we can do that. We check color availability, we're good. If it's true, aha, this is why. Once again, we're using old variables. We get our player state. As the player state, we get player info. And we do that with the color. And if we don't, print string BP lobby player controller assign selected color failed passed to BP player state. Okay, that should fix our name color issue. Let's, you know what, at this point, save, close, open our code back up. Let's go to our player controller. And we're going to get rid of that. And we're going to get rid of that. Go away. And open up our implementation. We get rid of that. Now we're not even using that anymore. Clearing out. There we go. So now we should, if we broke stuff, it'll tell us, hey, you're still using that old player controller player info. Please stop. And from the looks of it, we didn't forget anything yet. Let's see if we crash. Host, here's the test. Let's try and set our name and color. We fixed it. DAX, we're blue. DAX has the power of Game Master. We start. I see no flaws except for our duplicate pawn out there. So we don't have permission to move that token. How about we give permission? We now have permission. Perfect. All right. Let's fix. We need to fix the context menu so that the blue and the green, the permission thing updates properly. What was the other thing that we needed to, oh, the spawn, the extra. This. Maybe this only needs to run on the client. What have we broken? Yep. Okay. It broke because we aren't replicating. So this needs to stay on the server. So what has changed? Why is that? We don't have a default pawn, and if we go to our map, we don't have a default pawn. So where are we calling spawn again? On begin play. Just fix it. Is the host a server? No, we're launching 2 clients, right? Oops, I didn't mean to quit. Let's do 3 this time. Let's get crazy. We're launching 3 standalones. 1, 2, 3. Oh man. There we go. Cisco's hosting again. DAX. Oh my. Oh geez. What happened? Interesting. Very interesting. Let's try 3 clients. We may have a big problem with our network code when we expand beyond just 2. Or maybe they were trying to join at the same time. I think it was an issue that they were joining at the same time, so we might need to look into that. Though we are clients now rather than even though Worf, you know, gets a promotion. Okay. So this broke that. Wait, hold on. This is what... A dedicated server doesn't need to spawn. Let's try the 3 standalone once again. Failed to cast to a BP player state. Interesting. The ready state button. Failed to cast to player state. And we've got 4. 5. There are 5. Because he didn't kill one. Interesting. Excuse me. Let's go back to two. Two standalones, which I believe, whoops. I don't think it started. Yeah, all right, we're good. Two is good. We still have 3 pawns. Should be no default pawn class. So it shouldn't be spawning a pawn by default. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, there we go. It stopped spawning since that isn't local. So we fixed that. So we only do this if we're a local controller. We only spawn. What's going on when we have multiple standalones trying to connect? We need to investigate that. One, two, three, and four. Ready start button's broken here. This one never even gets in. Failed to cast a player state. Okay. We've got some issues. We're not really doing anything anymore here. We're just doing that. So let's stop that, and go to, how about this? Handle of starting a new player. This starting new player. Let's do this slowly and see if we can get them in one at a time successfully. If it's like an issue of a queue, maybe we need to somehow implement a queue. Okay. So far, so good. Interesting. We're still okay. Failed to cast. The player controller setup UI failed to cast. So only the host again worked. Okay. Why is it failing to cast? They're the same, right? BP player state. BP player state. Player state, player state. Yeah. Go back down to 2. Setup UI failed to cast to BP player state. Okay. So we don't want to do it here. Or at least we can maybe spawn with this, and then over here, go back to our possess thing. Once again, failed to cast BP player state. Give me a full 1 second delay before you do that. Now you see why we put all those print strings in there? Now we know what's failing. See? Things just have to wait. So this delay worked. We're not going to do the spawn there. We don't need that. When we get a pawn, and when we, after spawn is called, and we possess a new pawn, wait a whole second before set up UI, because we don't have a proper player state yet. Get the incoming player controller, add it to array, and then spawn. Okay, let's look at our lobby. New player comes in, newly connected, add. How about no delay? Just keep going. No delay. Actually, keep the delay. Let's just do our 3 again. We join in too quickly, things gonna get mad. Yep. Player state button has an issue, but looks like we're okay. Looks like we're all right. Get caught up. Failed to cast a player state. Spawned, but the player state failed again. So if we go to our lobby, this button relies on player state again. Why are we having such a hard time with our player state? Aha, okay. Yeah, see, this person I agree with. The solution, the suggestions to use a delay as a programmer gives me the heebie-jeebies. Gives me the heebie-jeebies too. I don't like that. I haven't liked it. Every time I see people doing a delay, because this is the same thing, you could add a delay and the delay fixed it. Because again, everybody's having issues with this player state. However, in the C++, which we know how to do and we're going to go back into, my solution for solving the issue where player state was null or unavailable until a few frames after begin play was to put my logic in an overridden version on rep player state. This gets called as soon as the player state is first assigned or ever changes. Well, we need our player state because it has our player info. I believe we just need to we don't want to do this. So we're going to go to so our lobby matters here as well. What are we doing on our network graph on login? This initial setup here. Set up the lobby menu widget. This needs to be called also. This is in our lobby player controller, so let's close everything. Let's go to our lobby player controller. Let's find that on rep player state. There it is. On rep player state. No? Where is it? Where does it lie? It is a private method. How about protected? Can it be protected? Maybe we should do this up in player controller actually. On rep player state. In our player controller, our top level. And then we have to do it here anyway. So protected on rep player state. We're just going to have it down the line just in case we need it up and up. So what are we doing in our lobby? We need to do our initial setup. So this needs to be exposed. Can we expose this somehow? Is it okay to expose this? It looks like it's okay. Go ahead and take it out of this one since we don't need it here. We've got our super in it. Actually, we're going to just implement it. Close. Okay. No. So we can't do that. Let's get our project back open. We need to move some of our functionality that we're doing in our blueprints up to C++ in order to do this fancier stuff. This, our initial setup. Okay, this is what we're going to do. We are going to move a couple of these things. So just thinking. In our let's get rid of that. And we'll get rid of that. So this is in lobby. U function. This is a blueprint native event. Yeah. Implementable. Native event. Category equals BG lobby player controller functions. Or we'll just, this will be called, this is a network. This is a void initialize player. Or initialize, yeah. Initialize connected player. And what we do is get the, let's see. This runs on the client side. It's reliable. So is this blueprint implementable event? Cannot be replicated. Blueprint callable? Just blueprint callable. Okay. Gameplay statics. Game mode? Get the game mode. Yep. Okay. Cast to a UBG game mode. It's an ABG game mode base. Yep. Get game mode. Oh, we're on client. Hold on. So we can't get the game mode from here. We need the server name. Server name originally is coming from the game mode that's calling this on post login. These details should be sent to the game state. So we're not going to do that. We just need to call this rather than the initial setup. We need on our onRep player state override. This needs to call our initialize connected player. That's it. And it needs to do the super. So initialize connected player is a function. Hold on. How do we make this an event? We've made it into a. Hold on. Let's find a blueprint. Should be a. Mm-hmm. Take away the replication for now. So there's our initialized connected players. Our parent's not doing anything yet, but do that. Stop that. If that calls that when we get a player, when it works. Okay. Okay, so Hmm. Yeah, a lot of people have this network initialization issue of everything getting caught up, and the issue that trying to avoid delays and looping on the tick, waiting for the player state. So okay, this is similarly what we're doing. Somebody has said, okay, they've got this. Let me put that above. Then they've got this, a blueprint implementable event, and it's blueprint callable, and can be implemented. So it can be called and implemented. Initialize connected player. And then over here, maybe it's the super. So they don't have the super call here. They just do that, and it calls their function. So it's just like we did. And then event on initialize, event initialize connected player. They do the switch has authority remote. That initial setup. Where's our begin play? Do we have a begin play? Or just authority? I think we need, so we don't do that. Okay, so let's see if what that does. I feel like that's what we were doing. Leave our gameplay for now and just back up. Here's our player state. What other functions do we have? Close that. Okay. Let's get our main menu, our host game. When we hit here we go. When we accept, we get our game instance, launch lobby. Let's go look at our launch lobby. Max players comes in, a server name comes in. This is where we can get our server name is in our game instance, so we can grab it from there. We show the loading screen. Here it is. We get a player controller 0. Check if it's local. If it is, we do this. So we're not even getting a loading screen. BP game instance, show loading screen. Player controller at index 0 is invalid. That print string BP game instance show loading screen player controller at index 0 is not local. So let's see if one of those pops up. We don't even get there. Let's just do one client. Okay, I'm going to stick these here. And I'll make that public and this protected. Maybe this needs to be public, actually. Maybe that's the problem. the hell of it. Maybe it needs a pawn. All right, we've given it a pawn. It's got its player state. Let's go to our lobby. Let's give our lobby also a pawn. Oops. Maybe we're in need of... Okay. Let's, in our main menu, let's add a player start at 0. And in our lobby, we'll add a player start at 0. Static mesh component not supported. What? This doesn't have a... Strange. I think on rep player state requires a pawn. Let's I want to find this. So replicated using onRep player state. Virtual void, it's in controller. Client initialize. So what's this using? Back up. I'm gonna look that up. Replicated using. On-rep functions aren't called on dedicated/listen servers. You should call it manually if needed. Oh. Hold on. This may need to be a U function. Yes, U function. Right. You need those headers or these things won't get called. Okay. All right. It needs to have the same parameters. What are my parameters? Let's go to the controller. To the next one. Virtual void on rep player state. As far as I can tell, are we in it is a public method. You can't have that. Okay. Well, that's annoying. All right, I'm going to try and just print something when this is called before. So u4 plus print to screen. I never remember this. Here we go. It's the G engine. So if G engine add on screen debug me go -1 yellow text on rep player state. Oh, we're still crashing because of the pawn issue. None. There. You happy? Compile, save, none. Lobby. None. Compile, save. Okay. That's never getting called. Hmm. It's executed when the property is updated over the network. So we're calling it at the wrong moment. Aren't we? Maybe we called it there. Stop. Just print a string. It's not even calling this. So back to our so we hit launch lobby. We didn't even get to show the loading screen. None of these fired off either. So it's getting hung on this. Okay. We're back to this moment. So we can do all that without show the load screen. It checks for this stuff again. So the player state is still an issue here at this point. So yeah, we're having a problem. We need to, I guess, not rely on the player state. Okay, so we need to store our information or we need to create a buffer time that everybody gets in, and then the server, the game mode, waits and then starts the game, because a certain amount of time needs to pass for all the classes to congeal together into a big soup of our data that we are missing because all the timing is off. And for some reason, as the internet recommended, on-rep player state does nothing. It just sits there. And we get nowhere. So that's fun. I'm going to take a quick break. And then I'll think about how to proceed. And I'll be back and we'll keep on working at this problem. Okay. So I've thought about the situation, and I'm thinking we return to our delay that honestly I don't like. I might just need to pour through this 110-page network compendium to learn more. So when the launching of the lobby is not an issue, it is the joining. So if we go to our UI, our main menu, our find game, and when we hit our accept button, join server, let's go to our game instance and our join server. Show the loading screen. Join session. And the issue that arose was we were storing stuff still in the player state, but it is it's moving from the main menu to the lobby level. Maybe if we throw in a delay here of a second. So on success, we wait a second after joining before I don't know if that'll actually do anything. Are we still set on 1, 2, 3? Okay. So we host our test with 3. And it's this jumping in really fast, both of them at the same time, that we're trying to fix here. Loading, loading. Okay. It's having, yeah, failed to cast to player state. So let's get out of that. When we join on our lobby begin play, here's the post login. Newly connected player comes in, is added. We get the player controller. We run the initial setup. This initial setup set up UI creates a lobby menu widget. And this is where we're having the issue. We don't have a player state yet. So we need to, here, I don't know why I like to have return nodes in my functions. If it's not valid, we wait, I don't know, half a second and then try again. And if it is valid, we move on. Is that legal? Can we do that? Is it gonna get mad? I will make it legal. Is that what we're gonna have to do? And just put in these loops? And if we don't have a player state, we loop again and come back, and then until we have it? Hey! That might be the answer. We may have fixed it. Maybe we make a function that sits us in a waiting state. I think that may be our answer. We'll give Worf that issue. So all right, let's do the same thing here with our setup UI. What did we do? What was our fancy thing? Just this. We're checking on, do we have a player state? In our player controller. So let's go over to our gameplay player controller and do the same thing. Whoops. What happened here? I don't know. Okay. Right here. So let's get our game mode. We spawn. And then on our onPossess, we set up UI, and UI is where the player state's required. So before, and I think we avoid removing, yeah, so let's do it right here. Validated get. If it's not valid, we delay for a whole half second, check again. If it is valid, we continue. It just seems so janky, but you know what? Maybe that's the trick. If that's what we gotta do, and then, you know, when we go to ship, we make things a little bit more robust. Jumping in, it looks like we've solved our problem. Man, it feels good when you get something working, right? Satisfying. Worf, you get to be the game master again. We start. Look at that. We've got our floating orbs, our players looking around. Got a pawn over there. Worf is our, let's drop in a token. Dax, can you move it? You don't have permission. Of course you don't. Cisco, you don't have permission. Worf, why don't you pop up that control? We see Cisco and Dax and skipped ourself, as you saw right there. We're going to give Cisco permission. Cisco, you can move it. Dax can't. Worf still can. Ha ha. So, look at that. Let's get these buttons updating when we click them. Delete. Works. Excellent. Excellent. You have no idea how that was satisfying. Everybody gets booted. We're good. We've thoroughly solved a major problem. I don't know how... I don't know if this would cause problems, but I mean, as far as I can tell, it's just basically kind of like a loading screen. You know, we stay loading until we've gotten our player state down. Seems okay to me. We could even shorten the duration, though. That would make it loop more times. So maybe we don't want to do that. Just let it hiccup the system. I don't even need that anymore. Probably don't even need this connected players. I don't know. Okay. That feels good. Let's continue with the next step. We're going to go to our gameplay, our context menu, and our context menu player buttons. We need this update button color to fire off toggle token permissions. We need this a little bit, something isn't working. So we go into toggling the token permissions on the server. I'm betting this is, once again, firing off too quickly. So we go to our permissions. And we toggle the permissions here. So what if we bind? Oh, we can't bind, right? Background color. Maybe the player state, because it's being passed in. I wonder if our player state is old. So when we create this, it's making a copy. Remember, C++ is copy by default. So expose on spawn, this variable is not, it's going to be a copy, right? So when we update, we're using our old state data. We don't want to do that. We need to go to, we have owning player. Get, let's see, get player state. Pass to the BP player state. So we could do this actually, as long as, oh wait. No, there's a reason we didn't do that. It's because this player button is not necessarily owned. Okay. So we want this updating live. I mean, we could close the context menu, but that kind of sucks, and that seems like an easy way around, and it's not going to look pretty. You have to reopen the context menu every time you want to, if you want to do multiple permissions. No, we want to be able to just go bloop, 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 and give some permissions to people. So we want to do this right. So when we update the button color, we need to update our player state. So how do we do that? How about a custom event update player state? We get the owning player. Actually, get the game state. Pass to BP. Yep, I think game state. Yeah, that's the right one. Because our game state is on, everybody has access to it, including client side, which we're in the UI, so we're client side. So we go to our game state and we get players, the player array. This has everything. Our player state is a BG player state, so we need to find a player state. We're good. We can do it because our player state is a parent player state. We need to find it. And then we need to get at that index where we found it. And then we need to set our player state. We need to cast it, first of all, to a BP player state, and then set ours. So let's do our prints like good programmers. WBP context menu player button. This is update player state function. Failed to cast to BP gameplay game state base. We'll duplicate and we'll do that there, and this failed to cast to our BP player state. Updates the player state variable with fresh data. Okay. So every time we update the button color, we want to update player state too. Actually, yes. Update player state, then check for the permissions, then set the color. Geez, center please. Get on the same line. There we go. All right, let's see if that worked. You have no idea how happy I am that we got over that player state issue with just a simple wait until we have one. The delay is probably not very nice, but I mean, if you think about it, what were we doing anyway if we were waiting for a notification that our player state is ready in C++? I feel like it's pretty similar. See? And we're happy. We're gonna, I think next we need to work on our initial, the setup of our name and things. Excuse me. We shouldn't have this debug enter name thing here. That doesn't make sense. Dax, you can be the game master now. Everything's happy. We are inside the game with everyone. We are connected, and it is smooth and beautiful. Floating balls of steel. All right. Boom. Give me a square cube. I know my geometry. It's a cube. Right. We open the control. That didn't work. Because we aren't... Interesting. Okay. Maybe we're calling it in the wrong order. We toggle token permissions. We update. You know what? Also, I'm just curious. I want to make sure we're going to print that as well. Because it shouldn't be -1. Are we finding our player state within our array? That's the question. Host game test with 3. Find, accept. Cisco. Dax. Worf. It's next gen Worf. He hasn't gotten his promotion yet. He's not in command. Okay, Dax, go ahead and spawn a cube. Pull up control. Oh, 0, 2, 0. There we go. Okay, it's working. It's sort of working. So now it's green. The first time I hit it, nothing happens. First time I hit it, turns it off. But we're backwards. See how it's showing green at the moment? So... we know it's working. So all of that is working. It's just the when. And we don't do it here. This is just for updating the button color. Maybe we go up here, we delay, then we update player state, and then we go update the button color. Worf gets to be the game master this time. Okay. Worf spawn a cone this time for us, thank you. Go to the control, Dax. Cisco. So what? Something is funky about the first... Oh. So is it our logic, perhaps? Oh, wait. Maybe it's our token reference. Because this is a copy as well, isn't it? Hold on. Our object references copies. You know what? I mean, it's a reference. It's in the word, right? Just curious. Do we even need to be updating the player state? Something else might be at work here. Maybe our flip-flop toggling of the permissions itself is flawed. Excuse me. We might need to make a more robust solution to how we're doing that. Do a sphere this time because spheres are cool. Nope, okay. There's just an issue of the first time that we hit it. Red, green, look at this. Green, red. So we don't need that. We don't need to do all of this. We have a reference. It is an object reference to a real thing out there. It is not a copy. So this function, which we wrote in C++ on the token, we close all the tabs and go to our token. We pass in a player state. We check if we have it in our permissions, and if so, we return true. If not, false. Passing by reference, passing by reference. It may be a timing thing, so let's do a hefty delay right here of a whole second, and we'll be patient. We'll all be game masters this time on this glorious day. We've got a cone out here. I see Cisco and Dax. This is something I actually should test. I see Worf and Cisco. I see Dax and Worf. Perfect. So Worf, if we hit Cisco, it's a timing thing. Yep. Okay. Once again, we have to wait . How about we flip it local, and then we verify. So kind of like with movement, to reduce the laggy glitchiness is you move locally and then you move also on the server, and the server just kind of checks to make sure you're not cheating. So update button color. This is to verify the reality. But honestly, we're gonna do it rough first by just flipping it. So we're gonna get the button, get the background color, and let's see. You know what? We're gonna do how do we want to handle this? We need a bool. B has permissions. flipping it, and then we're checking. We're checking our work. And then here, we're not going to update button color. We're going to do this. This is going to be verify permissions. So what we're going to update button color here, but here we want to just do a real verify permissions when we first set it. So let me go back. Okay, yeah. Warps up there this time, just to be different. Drop a cone, control. All right, they're both green. Permissions and permissions, cool. So this is funny. Because, and it was the same way around, we aren't checking for Game Master privileges, so we could take away Game Master privileges. So we probably want to only populate this list. See that? Didn't work. Didn't work. It did work. First time we hit it, didn't work. It did not work. It worked on the server side. Oh. We're doing that. We're setting it, then we're flipping it, then setting the color, and then we're going to do a real check afterwards. Okay, Worf, you're going to drop a cube. As false becomes true. Maybe it's, again, we have to delay before we do the full verification of the permissions. Might have been it. Yeah, it was flipping too fast and then going through with the verification. So it was going green, but it was immediately verifying afterwards and flipping it back to red. So we needed a pause. Cool. And then we gotta spend some time polishing how these things are moving around. There needs to be a check server side on the location. Okay. Well, I think that's pretty cool. I think also this is simulating latency. I'm pretty sure that I have that set. We should we need to add in like somebody gets promoted to the game master when the game master leaves. But yeah, if we look at our advanced settings here, I have enable network emulation. Target everyone, and I have an average network emulation. So it's doing some latency things. So let's go ahead and submit this to source control because things are working. Solved networking issue with PlayerState by inserting a small network. recursive loop that waits for a valid player state before initializing UI and before initializing UI. Oops. Sorry. What else did we do? Player permissions, context menu properly updates red, green for token permissions. See, we moved player info from player controller to player state. Solved consequences of this move. Networking issue with the player. Yes. I don't know if we did anything else, but that's some of the stuff we did. And it's working. Okay. Do we want to start something new today? Something else? How about the deletion? Let's dive into the deletion of the map, of that stuff. So that we're making a context menu. This is for a token. So let's rename this as token context menu and token context menu player buttons. Save, fix up redirectories, save all. All right, we now need a WPP. We need a hi. What's up? We need a tile context menu. Which will be identical. It doesn't like copying and pasting. Hey, I'll feed you again in a little bit. You just ate. You're fine. Yeah, you're fine. You're okay. Come back. No, you don't need to come back. You're fine. Yeah. Hi. Okay. Relax. I got a cat here. You want to say hi to everybody? Come on. Up on my lap. Let's go. Come on. Come on. You're being stubborn. Oh, hi. What's up? Say hello to everybody. Hi. Oh, yeah. Meow. Meow. Okay. So, what were we doing? We were reopening the game. Aye. Yeah. What are you doing? You're shoving your face in my armpit. Meh. You've got a truck horn of a meow, you know that? Get our gameplay. Where's our tile context menu? So we can't copy and paste. We're gonna have to rebuild. So a background blur. Desired on screen. Give me a border. This border will go, what is it? It's black with a 0.5. No, that's content color. Whoops. Brush color. Black. 0.5. Did a padding of 7. We don't need the context. We don't need a widget switcher yet. So we're just going to go with the... You're very aggressive. A vertical box. And in the vertical box, we'll go with a size box. And button. And some text. Size box. I did 250, 100. This button will be the delete button. Its color will be that. Nice bright red. And the text will say delete. We're gonna have to figure out how to put a tile back after we do this, of course. And the sizes, we went with a 26. All right, on clicked. Hold on, jeez, stop whacking my arm. We are going to want a tile reference this time, which is a BG tile, and that will be expose on spawn. Don't think we're doing that, so we don't need to worry about that. When we construct, we don't need to do that. We're just basically doing this again. So we're checking if this is valid, just to make sure. We're going to get the owning player again. And in our player controller, we need to do a custom event of destroy tile server. Server reliable call. We do this again. This is on destroy tile. And here we now need another custom event, destroy tile, which will receive a tile object reference passed by reference. There's the tile. We destroy actor. Destroys tile. Tile. This also needs to have an input of BG tile reference tile, and we bring that in. Asks the server to destroy a tile. Destroy tile, server call, and we send in our tile reference. Print a string here. This is in WP tile context menu. This is the on-clicked delete button. Failed cast BP gameplay player controller. Delete the selected tile. Okay. In order to bring up this context menu, we need to go to our event graph, input context, toggle context menu. We need to go to our Game Master HUD. This is a token context menu anchor. It doesn't have, actually, context menu anchor. How do we select the menu class? Here we go. Get the hit result. Get the hit actor. If it failed to cast as a BG token, let's try to cast to a BG tile. Again, we do that. Aha. When we open, we're checking validity of references. When we close it, if it's not open, I want to clear that. And then we also need to have a tile reference. We'll clear that as well. So when the context menu closes, clear references. Because we're not closing this, are we? No, we're not. So what we're going to do instead this is going to be just an actor. This is our context object reference now. We're checking if it's valid. If it is valid, we're now going to cast to a BP token. If that worked, then we're going to make that. If it didn't work, we're going to cast to a BP or a BG tile, and I want to cast to BG token. There we go. Parent classes. we're going to test. And if that, so then we'll create widget of our context. So it's kind of like a template. We're sort of templating here. We're just testing what came in and what we can do with it. And we return with that. This is on context menu get user menu content. Context object reference is not valid. Okay, so if we go back over here, we don't need to do that. This, oh wait, yeah, we don't need to do that because we're just passing in whatever it is. Sure, we'll focus the menu. Let's make sure these are focusable. I'm gonna fall off my lap there. All right, let's test this. Dax will be the game master this time. All right, we're all good. Dax, bring in a cube. Can we still open? We can. Cool. What about on a tile? Perfect. Look at that. We have one context menu that varies. And what about if we delete a tile? Look at that. And it falls. That's cool. Okay. Now we just need to remember, similarly, we need to set our visibility to hidden when we delete our tile. You're falling off my lap. Yes, you are. You need to stay on my lap, not fall between my legs. Meow. Okay, if it's not valid, let's do another print here. WBP file context menu on clicked delete button. Tile reference is not valid. Cool. All right. That's working pretty well in my opinion. This toggles a context menu with the object that is right-clicked. I think we can get rid of this delay now, right? Because we're delaying based on our setup UI after getting a Yeah, cool. Looks like it works. It just waits on getting its the player state, which in my opinion is just like your standard load screen. We're able to delete, delete, delete. Look at that. So that's pretty cool. I think the update of pawn location just feels a little chunky, but we do that. Look at how this is coming along, right? You could play Dungeons and Dragons. You could figure this out. This is pretty easy, right? Hey, let's give Dax control over that. Oh, this is my pawn now. I see. Okay, I can move my pawn around. It's just, you know, we gotta smooth out the movement. Our snap to grid seems a little wonky, but I think we just need to send stuff over to the server more. Or we move it here. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to look into I'll just have to look into why things feel janky with moving them around and what needs to be improved on that. Well, that's fun. Cool. I think I'll end there for this week. We've come a long way in a single week once again. I think some continuing on our gameplay features is up next. Maybe maybe we need to think about how would we add back tiles in here, right? How would we do that? There may need to be a grid, perhaps, or like a maybe when you delete a tile, you don't actually delete it, but instead you render its static mesh invisible and you disable the physics. So then you can still do a query on its collision where it used to be, and you can add the tile back. Why don't we just do that right now? We've got time. I have to go run sound tonight, so you know, I can probably go till 4 at the latest today. Where were we? This. We don't want to actually destroy the tile. Hide a tile and disable its collision. We'll rename this to hide tile. Hide tile. We receive the tile, we get the static right. It is a BG tile. The BG tile itself does not. Hold on. No, it has a static mesh component. Visible anywhere. But blueprint read write as well. That's what we're missing. There we go. And we come back. Hot reloaded. Let's save, exit, get that back up. Where are you? There we go. You sneezing? Yeah, was that a sneeze? Well, bless you. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. Hi, welcome back. Yes. All right, we're going to static mesh now. There it is. The static mesh component, we are going to set visibility to hidden and set collision enabled to query only. Let's see if that works. Error saving. We do have multiple ones open. Did that save what I just did? It did, okay. Oh yeah. You're just trying to get fed, aren't you? I've fed you. I don't let you starve. Don't lie to the nice people online. Yeah, you want to speak to the mic? Talk to the microphone. Let everybody hear you. Say something. What's up here? You confused? Yeah. Meow. Ah. Oop. Okay, we can't right click, but we can. Ah, it did it server side. It didn't do it client side. We need to look at how we were doing that with let's see. This. Replicate to all. This is on the game mode. Oh yeah, we made this in the on the token. Right here. So we need to do something similar. So let's get our header for our token and look at this. toggle token physics and collision. We're going to do the same thing on our tile. This is a public function, so we replicate. We don't need to tick. We're not doing anything on a tick. We need a U function, which is a net multicast, reliable, blueprint callable. This is under BG tile functions. And this will be a void hide tile. And it will receive a bool b hide and actually, let's just do that. Hide. Implementation. We set visibility, or we get static mesh components set visibility to our b hide or to not b hide, and then that's it. Yep. And then static mesh component set collision enabled to collision enabled to query only. But what we're going to do is b hide question mark if true, query only, else be collision enabled query and physics. So a little tertiary if statement right there, so that we can just inline when in a single line. So that should call that on everything. So let's go ahead and compile that, save, close, because it's going to do a hot compile, hot reload. That's what it is. Stop. Hey, you're getting very loud. Uh-huh. Let's open these back up. Menu, we can probably get rid of those. So our delete button is going to have to flip, kind of like our lock and unlock, except this is going to be hide and unhide. So we go to hide tile, and what we are going to do is call hide tile. There's our hide tile. And this is going to receive a Boolean also, be hide. We'll pass by reference. Go back to here. Refresh. This will also receive the hide. Pass by reference. Just pass it straight on through. We'll call this toggle hide tile. Toggle hide tile. And our context menu. That's not it. We want the tile. This is just going to say hide. Actually, no. It's going to say remove, refresh, this tile reference, get static mesh, get visibility, get visible. Yeah. We'll flip it. So if we can see it, we'll hide it. If we can't see it, we'll unhide it. And the text, this is the remove add text, and it's going to be a variable. This is the remove add button. Remove add button. Remove add button. Event construct. Very similarly, we get the tile reference. We check if it's visible. And we set text. Excuse me. We set text. If it's visible, we say hide or remove. If false, we say add. If we can't see it, let's get this back. Change this to construct. We're not actually using that, are we? There we go. And then the button, set background color. Select color based on the visibility also. If true, it's a remove, we want it red. Can we see it? We want to remove it. Is it gone? We want to add it. Okay. That should work. Let's test it. Oh. End of the day. Closing in on week 2. I think we'll work on improving our join kind of stuff, and we can smooth this out next week and spend some time on that. Dax, here the game master again. Spawn a cube. We're still working good. Remove. Didn't do it. Okay. What did we do wrong? When we go to our token context menu and we hit delete, okay. Let's do stuff real fast. Our token, did we set the static mesh to replicate manually? We did, okay. So we have our replicating static mesh now. Replicates. Let's try this again. Let's throw in some print lines. Just do one. Okay. So it's properly getting this. It is triggering this. Player controller, server. Gameplay, game, base, toggle, hide, tile, triggered. Okay, so we are getting all the way to our game mode. It's just our code here. tile. See, static mesh visibility not toggling. So if that comes in true, we want to set the visibility to false, right? Let's grab that on-screen thing. If G engine can't remember what's the, let's see, add on screen debug message. There we go. It was like -1, 15 left. Color, we'll go with a yellow. Text is toggle tile visibility triggered. Comma. Think that's the right thing. It's a bool. I want to show the bool. Hey, not yet. You've had like 3 lunches. Yeah, you've had 3 lunches. Go on. Portioned lunches. She doesn't just get to have more and more food. What's going on? Let's close. Let's try that again. This is probably wrong. Well, I'll be damned. What did I do? It really doesn't like... that, it seems. What happened? What could have possibly changed? What? Aha. Right, I renamed it. Toggle tile visibility. Okay, so nothing like major happened. Want something weird. What happened? Don't do that to me, Unreal Engine. Just tell me that something's wrong when you try and run it. Much better. Triggering, but still not doing anything. Let's have some fun. This'll let us know. Oh. If the tile blows up, we know it's calling our function. It is. Okay. So, why isn't this working? Is it because it's const? No, we're just inverting it. This is dumb, but is it true? If so, it's true. Well, that's fascinating. I mean, you know, there you go. It works. It sort of works. It doesn't want a bool coming. That's just weird. Why? Why? I don't know. That's just dumb to me. Is this bool true? If so, true. Okay, whatever. It works. Let's do one quick thing. We'll have to figure out what to do about our, we're turning off collision, right? Yeah, query only. Oh, wait. There you go. However, I think we'll have the issue still that we'll be able to place objects onto a hidden tile, even though they won't have collision. Let's do a quick, so we're gonna do open up this. We're gonna go with our player state game master permission by default. Selected viewport. There we go. Okay, so if we let's do what. There we go. It's this one. I want to see its static mesh. it didn't change there. Okay. Oh. Fascinating. What are we doing when we call it? We're passing in the opposite. We're getting our reference. We're getting the opposite of its visibility. So if it, is it visible? No. So we want to unhide. So true, it's false. This becomes true. Oh. There we go. That's what we want. So now true comes in. Uh-huh. Now this, okay. I may have solved the conundrum. There it is. Okay. We still are able to place things on it, which is kind of hilarious, but we don't want that. We don't want that. We need to, on our token movement, the hit actor, so this is where we'll bring in this. We're going to check for the tile again. First of all, is it valid? If it's valid, we're going to check if it was a tile. If so, we are going to cast to a BG tile, our parent. We're going to cast to a BG tile. We're going to get the static mesh, and we will check, we will get visibility, get visible. If it's true, we can proceed. If false, just continue anyway, right? Because we want to be able to stack. But the tile, it has to be visible, lest we fall through. Print. This is in BP gameplay player controller. What is this called? Input action select. Input action select file. Failed cast BG file. We remove that. There we go. Well, that's strange. It's whoop. Has to be a BP tile. Can't be the parent BG tile. Interesting. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. If it's true, we can continue. Okay, so perfect. Nice. We can even do trapdoors now. Oh. Okay, we found a bug. Because we're just sending in what we want. We're not, or what it is, we're not flipping anything. So let's go back to our gameplay. Right here. We're just grabbing on-clicked. We get our tile reference. We get the static mesh component. We get visible. If it's false, 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 false comes in, set visibility to the opposite of false to true. If it's false, we go to query and physics. What is occurring? Where is my tile 1? There it is. Query only, visible's off. Huh. Is this situation again? Was it visible? It was visible. We send in a true. True comes in. Set visibility. True. It's true. It isn't. It's just a one-way. You got a one-way situation. So, why is that? Let's test this again over the LAN. It is 4 o'clock, however, so I'm going to need to I'm going to need to get going. So go here. Let's just test this. Oh yeah, we both have it by definition because I flipped it by default. We're able to do that, but we're still not able to add it back. So it's going over the network. I don't know. We'll have to figure this out another time because I got to go do some audio engineering and get a band set up to rock and roll. But we've made some good progress today. Just to cover it, we're in single player at the moment. However, we were able to connect a multitude of different players to this server. Our network code is working. we now have the ability to remove our tiles. The add seems broken for some reason. I don't understand that. If we add other players in here, our permissions are working. We're able to rotate still. So I think overall we're making great progress, and this week was pretty cool. I like what's happening, and we've overcome some pretty intense frustrations with how the player state was stalling us up. So that's cool. We'll figure out why this is not flipping it back to visible and giving us our query and physics. I'm not entirely sure why this toggle is one way at the moment. So we can delete tiles, but we can't add them back. Why? I'm sure some of you are like, these are terrible GitHub commit comments, but it's just me. It's really just for my storage and my backup. So that's it for today. That's it for this week. We'll be back doing this together next week, Tuesday at 9:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. Later.